explain what is gay now? What gay means right now? No, how come I explain to you, bro? I can't explain that. What are you saying, bro? No. Gay is gay. What? How do I explain it? It's just gay. It's just gay, bro. Oh, what's this? Oh, she sounds cute. Who's this? Ooh. E. E girl. Hey, she cute, boys. Oh, 07. 07. Oh, guys, I think she has a crush on us, guys. I think she likes us. Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, she messaged us last night. Damn. Oh, she looked like our childhood friend? Is she our childhood friend? Sorry, I didn't read it. Oh no. Uh-oh. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Oh shit. Uh-oh, we have another girl? Oh, rip. Oh, she's jealous now, guys. Oh. She's jealous, guys. Yimate. Yeah, right. Wait, what? An app? Is it like a hypnosis app? I've seen that in hentai before. Hypnosis. Like have you guys seen hentai, like the hypnosis app? Crazy. It's crazy good, I swear. Hello Luna, hello. Okay, you did not hear that, Luna. You did not hear that, okay? No. Hear me out. Why did you come in the wrong timing? Oh my god. Bro, when I'm saying that, you just came in. Why do you always come in at the wrong time? The moment I talk about hentai, you come in. Are you serious? What is this? The worst timing, bro. Horrible timing. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Alright. I've been catching some streamers wrong timings recently. No, I don't know why. I'm always wrong timing with you, Luna. I don't know why. For real. Like, you're not syncing properly. For real. That's no sync. Get me? What's this? Oh, is this your hot? Where's teacher? Sensei? Where's Sensei? Sensei! Classroom, alright. Ah, I forgot my phone. Hopes nobody stole it. Okay. Shoot your phone? Wait, what? Shoot your phone? What the frick is this game? Wait. It just came out of nowhere. Huh? Oh, is this like a VR thing? Oh, it's a hairdryer? Goggles and... Well, I think it's like a VR thing, like a VR headset. Like an Oculus Rift. Like there was one who had a collab and I joined at a time where they realized the game was not even shown to anyone in chat for like almost 2 hours in. Bro, that's me. That was me last week. Oh wait, what? Who is this? Risu, the angel. Elite angel working with AR Cool. Angel Ring Company. Okay. Wait, hero? Huh? What is this? I thought it's a Gal Gun game. Is it an otome game? Is it not? Oh, demon possessed ghosts. Alright. Wait, Euphoria? What do you mean Euphoria? What the fuck is this? It's an angel. Okay, we are supposed to... I think... Okay, she just told us that we are the hero, like, to kill the demon girls. So, I don't know what's going on right now. I mean, she's cute. She's like an 8 out of 10, so... I'll take that, I'll take that. Learn the controls, alright. Wait, what is... Wait, what? Shooting sequence controls. Face, chest, hip, legs. Girls approach you from all sides. Shoot them to give them euphoria. What is this? When you move your side over parts of their bodies, you'll see birds pop up. This is their weak point. Okay. If you shoot a weak point... Oh, is it like their G-spot? Is it like... What is this? What am I playing? What the frick? What the fuck am I playing? This game is so fucked. No, guys, hear me out. I will finish the game in one stream. We are finishing it today, guys. I'm finishing this game. Wait, how do I shoot? Okay, press A to shoot. Alright. Ooh. Okay, I think she likes that. Oh, she got wet. Oh shit. Oh, I like this one. Oh, the glasses go. Oh, she's hot. She's cute. Wait, what is this? When all the girls in the area have been given euphoria, look around for a blue silhouette of your body. Shoot those points to move forward in the... Oh yeah, the first... I remember the first game, it automatically moves you. So I guess in the sequel, in this game, you have to shoot to move around. I see. So like, you can change spots. That's interesting. Ew. Why are we hiding behind the desk? What the heck? Wait, how do I move out? Wait, what's this? Wait, what? What happened there? Wait, how do I move? Oh, I see. Oh, cute. Ecstasy shot. Okay. Wait, where'd I go? Okay. Long reach attack zoom. What? Those who are far away may shout at you to attack. The attacks will materialize as characters flying towards you. Shoot a red character to stop all of them at once. If you're having trouble shooting girls who are far away, try zooming in. That's why. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, you can zoom in even more? Damn. Oh shit. Oh, we got hit. We move here. Oh shit. Jump scare. Shoot them repeatedly to lose their grasp on you and take your chance to escape. If a girl knocks you down, shoot them to fight back. Pushing attacks. Alright. So I just shoot. Oh, Wait, what is this? What is this bullshit? What am I playing? Wait, what? Mini demons? Girls who are possessed by mini demons are a lot stronger than normal, and the pheromone shots won't work well. The demonic aura surrounding the girls attacks their weak points, their G-spots. You can shoot the demons directly or shoot a girl repeatedly to remove the demons. When all demons are removed, the girl will return to normal. Shoot the... Okay, I see. So we have to suck them in, right? I see. Okay. Oh. So sucking up demons give you more points. We got it. It's like a bonus, I think. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh, oh. Come here. Demon. Be gone, Todd. Be gone. Oh my god. There's more, there's more. No, I don't want your letter. Get away from me. Be gone, Todd. Be gone. Oh shit, the physics. The physics. You guys see that? The jiggle physics. Wait, what? There's a HUD gauge? Keep gazing into her eyes to feel the gauge, and boom, that girl will become love struck. When love struck, a girl's entire body becomes a weak point. So her entire body turns a G-spot, I guess. After that, this stream. Wait, what's wrong? Okay, guys, hear me out, hear me out. It's just a game, guys. It's just a game, okay? It's an otome game, okay? It's normal. It's normal, alright? It's a Guna game. Oh. Yeah, wait, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, I think she likes us. Ooh. Guys, I'm so popular. Oh my god. Look at that. I'm so popular. Oh, we did it. Hey? We did it. Let's go. Although this shit was worth $5. No, I remember buying this game for free. For an offer or discount. So I didn't pay much for this game. Alright. If you're wondering, I didn't pay much. I paid like a couple of bucks for this game. Yes, I bought this game, yes. No, it was a long time ago. Okay, Jet. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Don't you dare judge me, okay? Oh shit. We gotta save the world, guys. It's time to save the world. OTS anime con game. You spend money on this? Bro, I didn't even spend that much. It's only a few bucks. I bought it on like a third party website. So it was like a Steam key. Guys, hear me out. It's part of a bundle, that's why. It was part of a bundle. Right? So I got it like technically for free. Okay? Technically for free. Don't spend any money on this. No, I didn't spend much, guys. I didn't spend much, alright? I only spent like a bit of money, right? A bit. Okay, I'm playing this game right now so that I don't waste the game, right? I don't waste money. Alright? Heaven and Hell forbids angels and demons from fighting the human world. Oh, I see. So we are fighting for them then. I see. Fire Moon Goggles. Hi. Hey guys. What if we shoot the angel instead? Will she love us? I don't know, man. You are wasting our brain cells. How am I wasting your brain cells, bro? I know deep down you want it, okay? I know you like this. Shut up. Shut up and enjoy the game, okay? Enjoy the stream. Guys, hear me out. I'm doing this for you guys, alright? I don't want to play this game, alright? I'm playing for you. For you. It's not like I want to play this game, alright? Ruby's already in the Guna mindset. I'm staying in the stream for the channel first. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Totally, bro. Oh, wait, she's in our room. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Hee. Oh, she wants to support us, guys. Oh. Wait, who's that? Oh, it's our childhood friend. The candy shop girl. Hey, oh, I like this one. I like this one. Oh my god, the physics, bro, it's jiggling. The jiggle physics, bro. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this, guys. What the frick is that jiggle physics in this game? The freaking jiggle physics, bro. It would be good if it wouldn't have been so cringe. I mean, it's a Gunner game, right? It's a Gao game, so what do you expect? It's all cringe, right? Games like this are all cringe. Okay. Uh-oh. I'm in danger. Uh-oh. Oh, she mad. Ghost mad. She flat, fuck. No, but there's jiggle physics though. White cat. There is jiggle physics. So she does have booba, alright? She's not flat. I can tell. She's at least a B, okay? At least a B. Or A. A or B. I think she's in between A and B. Like A and a half. I don't know, guys. What should I pick here? What should I pick, chat? I don't know. Like, Hey, Substi! Welcome back. We are playing Gaogan 2 today. The last game. Let's pick this. Shut up, Angel, shut up. This girl is hotter. Oh, fine. Aww. Cute. Kawaii. Yeah, why is she not affected by the goggles? That's weird. That's pretty weird, right? So it only attracts demon girls, right? Was ineffective against certain individuals. Oh, I see. Don't shut down IRL houses window to your neighbor. I mean, in Japan though, right? It's Japan. What jiggle physics, bro? And I've just realized that when I was trying to achieve max flavor in instant ramen noodles, I was doing it wrong my whole life. I was added the spices to the water when cooking the ramen. I should have added them after I bought them. Wait, do you not add them first? What is saying, Subsi? No, you add the spices first, then you cook the noodles, right? But it gives it more flavor. No, you're wrong, Jet. You're wrong. You're wrong. No, you add the flavoring after, like before you boil the water. You get me? Bro has succumbed to the nut. Haha, punny, huh? So punny. Okay, to be honest, right, the music is banger. The music is tight. I like the music. The BGM. It's so happy. It's making me happy. It's good music. Aren't you just seasoning the water which you are gonna remove before eating the ramen? No? Wait, why will you remove the water? What are you saying, Suchi? What are you saying? Why will you remove the water? How do I take the goggles off? You don't. If you look at the manual. A demon busting quota? Yo, it's a scam! You're getting blackmailed here. It's extortion. Hello Lisa, hello, hello. Ni hao. The point of the water is soup? That's not how ramen works. No, you're supposed to boil the water. You add the seasoning and you boil it. So that it gets more flavorful, right? Right. What's she doing? Oh, she's gaming. Hey. She's a nerd too. Give snacks. Hecky. Wait, how do I give? Oh, she's like an arcade fan. Hey, that's cool. Okay, to be honest, I've never met a girl that's like a gaming fan who plays a lot of games. For real, like I've never met a girl that's like this. This is fake. This is fake, guys. This is fake. For real. Guys, have you ever met a girl that's like a gaming nerd who likes gaming? You? What do you mean you? I'm not a girl, bro. I'm a dude. What I say? Yes? Wait. Can... Wait, what? 32 timer? Wait, how do I give her the snacks though? How? How do I do this? Wait, what can I do it? I can't give it. How? I suck her. Doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't freaking work, guys. Oh. How do I go back? Are you sure you have seen the outside world? Yes, bro. Yes, I touched grass, alright. I do touch grass. Plus, like all my friends, they are girls like gamers, so I don't know what Ruby is on. Okay, hear me out, guys. Hear me out. I've been around normies. I have a lot of normie friends. That's why. That is why. A lot of normie friends. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Cute. Let's secure. Bye bye. Bye, Chen. Wait, there's nothing here. Okay, let's check this out. Let's see. Oh wait, there's tissue paper here. We can't use it. We can't use it. Alright, I guess we'll just sleep then. Let's sleep. Yes. Bro's a normie and he still play Gangan too. Okay, is there a law that says I can't play Gangan too? No, right? It's legal, alright? It's legal. It's not illegal to not to play Gangan too, alright? If you play this next time, I'm gonna kidnap you and rape you like... No, you didn't just say that, but cat. No. Wait, how do I do this? What do I do here? Menu. Right. Stage select. And let's occur. Okay, seems like we need to reach a certain heart level to give her the snacks. It seems like. Why can't we take the tissue paper? I want to chop a table. Yeah, let's start a stage. Let's start a stage. Let's not waste time. I found some demons, alright. Entrance. In the courtyard. Alright. Let's go, let's go! Time to get a girlfriend, guys. Ooh. Morning! Wonderful weather for demon slaying. What is this? Is it truly a game of time? Yeah, it's a game of the year, guys. Game of the year. Let's go. Game of the year, guys. Wait, where is... Oh shit. Ooh. Hey, why are they moaning like that, guys? Damn. Oh wait, there's... Oh, they're behind, they're behind. Shoot them, shoot them. Get away from me, no perverts. No. No. Imete. Wait, is that behind me? No, they're not behind me. Oh, combo, look at that. Look at that. Pro gamer. Not big dick. Wait, what's it? Wait, what's the sound? Oh, it's a demon, the small demons. Look at that. See guys, I played Valorant before. This is Valorant for nerds. Okay, let's kill her, let's kill her. Ooh. Oh, she like that, she like that. Damn, look at that. Ooh. Wait, there's more? Okay, let's get this one. Okay, oh shit, oh shit. There's one here. Oh, I hit her hand. Okay. Damn, I'm good at this game. I'm so good at this game. Oh my god. Guys. How am I better at this game than Genshin? For real. Wait, what is the sound? Where's it coming from? Oh shit. What is this? What is POV? What the frick am I playing? Oh my god. Oh no. No. You shall not pass. Okay, nice. I think I'm doing well right now. I'm doing pretty well, I would say. Oh shit, wait, what is that? Wait, what is that? Wait. Did I see that? What the frick is that? Bruh. What the heck is this? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. Oh. Okay, okay. I think we're safe. We're safe. We're safe now, I think. Wait, why are you climbing out the pole? Oh, we're like a sniper. Guys, this battlefield for otakus. Oh fuck, I got hit. Guys, I'm down. Below you? Wait, there's one down there. Okay. Ooh. Right. Is there more? Oh, there's one up there. Demon. Hey, they do some AoE shit, man. There are some like projectiles. Wait. Oh, I like this one. It's cute. Oh shit. Wait, there's more? Wait, how many are there? Where's many girls in this school? How many girls are there? They're everywhere. Here. Oh no. Okay, I think we're back. Oh shit. Okay. Kill the demons and then we kill her. Alright. I think we're almost done. Oh shit, what's this? Why are there magic circles? Oh, it's possessing them. Oh, I see. They're getting possessed. Okay. Is that it? Why are there so many weird angles? What the heck is this? Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, is it the boss? Is it a boss fight? No. Be gone, Pod, be gone. Wait, what's she bowing? Oh shit. Oh, we got hit. Yo, this bitch. Bro, just hit us out of nowhere. Damn. Wait, where'd I go? Oh my god. Oh no. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Oh, shit. Okay, we got her. But they're coming from everywhere. Oh my god. We're like getting swamped here. It's like a zombie outbreak. They're like zombies. There's one up there as well. Oh shit. Ooh, look at that. Noob. Oh, okay. What's the result? Alright. Oh, not bad. For the more key. Not bad. I'll take that. Oh, we got 3 peckies. Nice. Hey, I'll take that. 3 peckies. Wait, how many stages are there in this game? I'm curious, like how long is this game? Because I've not done any research on this game yet. Maybe I should check. Someone explain the lore to me. What the fuck is going on? So, here's the lore, Subsdi. You should cute girls. That's it. Here you go. You should cute girls. That's your lore. That's all you need to know. Oreo. Oh, we can change outfits? Oh shit. Yeah, this is yabai. This is so yabai. Oh my goodness. We can even pick the outfits, guys. Oh my god. This is crazy. This is insane. What am I playing? Can I randomize everything for fun? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Okay, let's go back. Yes. Are you sure you hate it, Shiny? Are you sure about that? Are you sure you don't love it? Because I know deep down you like it, okay? I know. Okay, wait, let me ban this guy. Let me ban this person. This bot just spamming. Hold on, give me a sec. Okay, alright. Banned. Alright. So sorry, guys. Am I open? Oh, gym entrance. Oh, at the gym? Okay. What's this? Contacts. Alright. I guess I'll do this one. But there's only one that we can do here. Let me give name. It's called Galgantu. Galgame. Galgantu. Yeah. Galgantu. Huge demon detected. I detect a demon at the gym entrance. That's stronger than anything I've ever seen. Let's go check it out. Alright. Kampate. Let's go. Alright. So we enter the gym, I guess. I guess we enter the gym here. Strong demon presence. Wait, what? Who's that? Wait, where's that coming from? Who's saying that? Oh. Oh, I like this one. I like this one. Hey. Oh, she's like a succubus, I guess. Corporate hell. Okay, guys, is it weird that I'm finding the demon more cuter? I'm liking the demon more than the angel. Is that weird? Am I weird, guys? Why was there a bot chatter? No, it was back in it's a kick bot. So I banned it, so we're fine now. We should be good now. Wait, where did I go? Oh. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh my god. Wait, how do you jump up from there? Damn, they are superhuman. Oh no. Ah, that was close, that was so close. Damn. That was really close. Oh my god, no! Yeah, I didn't even notice she was back there. Alright. Oh shit! I'm not spamming the E button right now. The shoot button, I'm not spamming. Oh shit. 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, I'm so popular, oh my god. I'm the popular kid in school. Is that how it feels like to be popular? Oh, she did. Alright. She down. Okay, there's one here, right? Wait, where do you go? Oh no! One here and one here. Right. I think we got them. Nice. Oh my god, shit. That scared me. Oh my god. Hey, she's cute. The one with the buns. That's nice. Why are they climbing up the cars? And why are they not wearing shoes? Where are the shoes? Oh shit. Alright, I think that's the last of it, right? I think that's all. Okay. I don't know how we're just hiding around the car park. It's so funny. Okay, I mean, so far the game is easy, right? It's not hard. The game's not hard. It's not easy game, actually. It's pretty simple. It's not that hard. I mean, for now, it's easy. Oh shit! Okay, she's down. Wait, we're on the roof. Wait, we're on the roof now. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh, she pushed us. Oh. Haha, you didn't get me. Haha, noob. Dumb. Oh my god, it's like, oh my god, there's so much things going on at the same time. Guys, I'm locked in. I'm actually locked in, guys. I'm actually locked in. I'm so locked in. Oh, there's one here. Okay. Alright. You go here. Wait, how long is this stage? This stage so long. Why is it so long? Oh shit. Very long stage, huh? Oh, here. Oh! I got jump scared by a girl. Actual jump scare. Is it weird that I'm enjoying this? This is fun. It's actually fun, guys. I'm having fun. Oh shit, wait. Oh, there's one here. Oh. I missed her. I missed it. Oh shit. Wait, where did he come from? Oh, that was close. That was so close. Let's get this one. The slime. Oh! 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's it? Okay. We're like hiding everywhere, oh my god. We're going everywhere. Oh, there's one here. On you! Surprise! Yeah, there's too much like moaning going on right now. I can't focus, guys. I cannot focus. I literally cannot focus. The sound is too much. There's too much sound. That's way too much sound, guys. Hey, where's it coming from? Okay, I think got her. Alright. There's so much moaning. Oh shit. Wait. Wait, who's that? Hasumi. Alright. Okay, got her. Above you? Wait, where did you come from? Holy shit. Oh no. Oh nice, we did it. Hey. Let's go. We did it, boys. Wait, where's my cursor? Wait, why's my cursor not working? I can't use my mouse. I can't use it. You're a Gunner beyond redemption. I mean, bro, I told you from day one, I'm a Gunner, right? From day one, I'm a Gunner. Why are you so surprised? I'm a Gunner, right? Wait, what's that? Oh, it's the devil. It's the succubus. This stage 4 Gunner. Am I too far gone, guys? Is this too much? I think this is too much, guys. This is way too much. Hell gives you hell over this. Oh shit. Damn. Oh, I'll give 5 times worse than the 6 seconds of round dust 2 you show us. How is this worse? Bro, round dust 2 is way worse, bro. Uh-oh. Wait, what? What did she miss? What did she lose? Uh-oh. A key card? Wait, she can't go back? Oh no. Oh no, she can't leave with us. Oh right. I guess she's stuck here then. Yeah, I knew it. Because they're high schoolers making moaning sounds like it's an industrial factory. I mean... But the thing is, the game is not that bad, right? I mean, the game is good at what it does, right? Like, it knows its target audience. I'll actually say that this game is even better than Pokemon Z. For real, for real. And what it does is big Gunners. Yeah, it's Gunner bait, of course. Of course it's Gunner bait. But at least it does what it does well. Right? Unlike Pokemon. Like I'll actually play this game over Pokemon any day. The new Pokemon game. I'd rather play this. For real. I'd rather play this game. No, ZA, the new one. Legend ZA. Yeah. Hello imposter, hello, ni hao. Bro hates lollies but he plays anyway. No, they're not lollies, okay? They're not lollies. They're high school girls, alright? Technically, they are not lollies, alright? Okay. Lolly staring at me? No, how is she a lolly, bro? She's not a lolly. Are you blind? How is she a lolly? Call me Oni-chan. Alright. Master? Wait, I wonder, can we date this angel? Is she dateable? I wonder. It would be kinda cool if you can date her. For real. What do we know? What do we know? Guys, you guys are capping, man. I'm sure you guys want that. Oh, let's talk to our neighbor. The gamer girl. Oh, let's give her Pecky. Strawberry Pecky and Uma. What's this? Uma stick. A super cheap stick-shaped snack. It's easy to eat while walking, so it's become very popular among athletic girls. I don't think she likes this one. Okay, I think she likes this one. Well, it says that it's popular among gamers, right? And she's a gamer, so I think she would like the chocolate one. Okay, let's give it all to her. Rubi scam us, no? What do you mean I scam you? Bro, I told you that I'm gonna play a SAS game, right? I told you guys. And this is a SAS game, isn't it? Is it not? It is a SAS game. The more you die in the game, the stronger you get in real life. I see. Oh, she's like a hardcore gamer. That's cool. That's hot. Retro games. Oh, I guess she likes to play retro games then. Retro and arcade games. I see. It could have been Among Us. No, it's not Among Us, okay. No. I played Among Us on stream, by the way. I played it before. It was like, not that great. This is a SAS game by technicality. I mean, you're not wrong, Jet. You're not wrong, but I think this is a better one, right? Okay, here's our take, right? Here's our take. I think this game is better than Among Us. Alright. I see it. I see it. I see it. This game is way better than Among Us. You played the first one already. You actually got the second one. No, I told you before, Mariko. I told you before. I bought both games. It was in a pack. It was a bundle. The first game and the sequel. Right? I told you before. When we played the first game. Cause this is the sequel. I told you that I have the second one. I think. We played that over a year ago. No, it's a tradition now, Mariko. It's a tradition. It's a yearly tradition. Alright? You're gonna play this every single year. Dear no. Borderline unfair difficulty. Oh. I see. Wait. Mainstream games tend to focus too much on co-op. Oh. I mean, she's not wrong though. That's base take. That's base. Both teams claim the hell out. Wait, what? They're all pigs? Bro, she just called us a pig. What the frick is wrong with her? She just called us a pig. Wait, wait, what? Wait, she don't go to school? She never leaves the room and she never goes to school. Wait a minute. That's me. Wait a minute. That sounds familiar. We're gonna ignore that. He said it was kind of weird. No? No, I graduated, okay. I graduated. Instead of waiting at its finals. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong, Swifty. You're not wrong. I get this game's for me, I guess. It's for me. It's made for me. Alright? This game was made for me. I'm the target audience for this game. I'm the target audience. Alright. Okay, so basically she doesn't touch grass, I guess. That's the whole story. That's the whole backstory. She's a gamer girl and she doesn't touch grass. You got it. Got it. Wait, how do I open the box? Should we open it? What is this? What do you get? Oh shit, more packies. Oh, macaron, gorilla chocolate, potato chips, Brown's Karuko statue. I see. Customer rank went up. Wait, what? Customer rank? Oh, I see. So it's based on my... I see. You got it. Alright. Okay, let's give her more Pocky, I guess. We got so much. Let's give her more. Hey, what does she offer her hand like this? Why is it like this? It's like she's begging. You know, like beggars on the streets. They do this, right? Like, give me some money, like that. She's like begging for snacks. Oh god. Oh, I think she likes us, guys. Oh, another cutscene? Oh shit. More cutscenes. Wait, bandages? Wait, what? Huh? They have the Chigo physics, man. What the frick? Oh, I can't see this. Yes, I can look at this. Oh my god. Oh my god, what am I playing? Oh god. Guys, I think this is a mistake, guys.
Get first wife back.
This is a mistake. This is so fucked up. Why did I play this? Why did I play this, guys? We just called us a pervert. Oh no. Oh no. Are we a pervert, guys? Am I a pervert? Oh rip. Hey, what's here? I don't see anything here. I guess you sleep here now. Let's sleep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me sleep. Relax feet. No, I don't. No, it's the other thing, imposter. It's the other thing. Not the feet. Alright. For real. Oh, there's 3 more stages. Oh. Wait, what? Wait, free? What does free mean? My little sister can't be this weird. Is Sue disciplined in this array? Oh, I need points. I need more points for this one. I see. So I guess we're gonna do the free one first. I see. Alright, I guess we're gonna do the free ones. To get this one. In fact, this is proven. It's proven since he doesn't let you know. I mean, you're not wrong, Sushi. Yeah, you're right. Like, to be honest, I don't really like feet, really. For real, like legit. Let's go, let's go. Where the goes at? Where the goes at? Okay, okay. Damn, the sounds, man, the sounds. It's so sus. Oh my goodness. Guys, don't, by the way, don't watch my stream in loudspeaker mode, guys. Disclaimer. It's not my fault if your parents find out, okay? Oh shit. Wait, she just slapped us, what the frick? She just slapped us. What the heck? She's like a dominatrix or something, I don't know. Oh crap. Oh shit! No! Oh, I thought she was dead. I thought she was down. Dang it! I didn't hit a G spot. Oh, that's why. Wait, where did you come from? Okay, it seems like I need to hit the little demons first, then we hit her. I see. Oh, look at that! Did you guys see that? Damn, that was good. That was big dick. Okay, can I shoot this? Oh, you can. That's cool. Oh shit. That scared the shit out of me. Oh. Hmm. Get away from me, Tot. Be gone, Tot. Oh, there's one behind us. Okay, it's so hard to aim with the controller, by the way. Because I'm using a controller and it's so hard to aim. I'm not used to using the controller for this one. Because I think I played the first game using a mouse and keyboard. So it was like way easier, I think. It was way easier. Last time. Oh crap. What's the boss fight? It's the elite. Wait, why there's so many girls in this game? Like, in this school? For real? Is it like a girls' school? I don't know, like... It can't be a girls' school, right? So many girls in this game. In this school. That's weird. So many girls. That's not normal. It's not realistic. Oh, she like that. This is way worse than Nikki. No, it's not. I think, to be honest, I think Nikki is worse. At least this just does like moaning sounds, right? Nikki is way worse, okay. Get me out. That's so much worse. Oh shit. Wait, they're everywhere, oh my god. I'm so dead. Oh god. He shot. Okay, nice. We got her. Okay. Wait, what? Oh. Uh-oh. Sugoi? What am I hearing, guys? Sugoi? I mean, to be honest, guys, the game's it's not bad, alright? The game's not bad. Like, I'll give this game like a 7 out of 10. It's decent, I say. It's a decent game. It ain't that bad. Because I actually thought this game was bad, you know. It's like a gooner game, right? But actually not that bad really. After playing for a while, it ain't that bad. I don't hate this game. It's decent. Now I would play this game if I was bored. Oh wait, there's more here. Okay, let me zoom in. Ooh. Oh, look at the double Q. Damn. That's a double. Oh shit, she just jump out. Is she like Batman? She just jumped out of nowhere. Oh, that's it? Alright. How do we do? Oh, 44,000. Okay. One more stick and... Oh, we got a phone number. Okay. Hey, not bad. We got a phone number. I feel bad for your sister having to hear this at midnight, love. I mean, I'm using earphones, so she can't hear it. Right? I'm so happy that I got headphones. Yeah, guys, please just use headphones, guys. Please use headphones. Alright, I'll turn off the volume. Okay. Please don't watch this on loudspeaker, guys. Please do not do that. It's not my fault, guys. It's not my fault if you are exposed in public. Alright? It's not my fault. It's your own doing. It's your own fault. Okay, let's do the next stage. Let's go. Hey, we're on a roll right now. We're on a roll. We're doing so well. We're really doing so well right now. Oh, we're in the gym right now? Okay. Gotta connect this to the library speakers. Please don't, imposter. Please don't. Please don't, bro. I'm worried. Please don't. Please don't expose yourself, please. Please don't get into trouble because of me. Okay, loading. Check up all the demons, alright. Let's go! Oh. Okay, so far, right, the game is quite, like, it's not that hard, really. It's pretty simple, I would say. Like, there's no challenge in this, really. I'm just spamming the shoot button right now. There's no, like, strategy in this. All you do is just shoot those. That's it. That's the whole point of the game. Oreo. Stop hiding, man. Why are you hiding behind the wall? Oh. Wait. Right. Oh, we can choose. Oh. I guess I'll choose the left side. Oh shit. Oh no. Wait, she pushed us. This is so sus. That was so sus. Oh my goodness. What was that? What the frick was that? Oh my god. Hey, wait, something here? I don't think it's here, right? In here. Aha, there's no one to save you guys now. Softy's not here. Oh shit! No, not another one. Wait, why is she stepping on us? What the frick? Did she just step on us? Bro, she just stepped on us. What the frick, man? What the frick? step on us? What is going on? Who likes that? Actually, okay, guys, to be honest, right? To be honest, I don't get why some guys likes to get stepped on. For real, like what? Like, do they have like a mental illness or something? I don't know. Is it like a mental illness? Why do some guys like to get stepped on by girls? That's some bottom shit, man. Oh shit. Oh god. Ooh. Best game ever. Uh oh. Uh oh. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Oh. Okay, is that it? Is that it? Okay, at least you're not dead yet, so I did pretty well. Oh shit. No, not another one. Not another one. Stop stepping on me, bitch. What the frick is wrong with you? Get away from me. Get away from me, bruh. Ew. Disgusting. Oh, nice, you did it. Hey. Ruby, we don't king shame. Alright, okay, alright. We don't king shame, alright. Feel free to get stepped on, okay? With Jit's whole character is stepping on people and owning them as slaves. I will not comment on that. No comment. Can we all agree that Mariko is the biggest person in this chat history? Yes. I agree with you, Susie. I agree. Hey guys, can I ask a question? How many of you in chat here who play this game? I don't want to know. I just want to know. How many of you guys will play this game? Like in your free time? I'm just curious. Not me, are you sure? Are you sure about that, Jet? Are you sure, bro? I don't know, man. Yes? You're never gonna let me live down that thing I told you last year, are you? Yes. Free time or gooning time? Anytime. Will you play this game? Period. For any reason. Would you? I'm curious, right? Because this game is such a... It's such a weird game, isn't it? Like, guys, hear me out. I play this game not because I want to, alright? I'm playing this game for content, alright? It's for content, guys. I don't actually want to play this game. Okay? Alright? So, don't judge me. Now revoke Mariko's gooning privileges. At this point they can take mine. I'm not using them. Are you sure about that, Jet? Are you sure? Bro, I'm sure you're gooning like every day, bro. I'm sure about that. There's no way you're not gooning every day. There's no way. Wait, what is this? Wait. What is this? This game is so fucked up. This game is so weird. Why are you so mad? That's exactly why I said there should never be window-to-window houses. No, the reason why there are window-to-window houses is because, like, in Japan, like housing prices is really expensive, right? So like they build houses very very close to each other. That's why. That's very common in Japan. Like Tokyo, like you know, those like big cities in Japan. It's pretty common. Ruby, don't watch someone's window. But it's open though. It's open. Like how do I not see? Right? Like if you don't want people to see it, use the freaking curtains. The curtains are there for a reason, alright? Okay, can you get the next cutscene? Oh, new cutscene, let's go. Eh? Oh, it's an ice cream. Oh. Yes, yes. I'm in heaven. Is a tsundere? I don't know. I mean, she seems like a tsundere though. You're right, you're right. She's probably a tsundere. Maybe. Okay, let's sleep. Sleepy time. Like, babe, out of everything you decide to buy a Wi-Fi router on Temu. Wait, was the Wi-Fi gone? Wait, hold on. Was the internet down? I couldn't see the stream. My cursor's not working. I can't change my cursor. Wait, give me a sec. Give me a sec, guys. Give me a sec. Let me check. It looks fine to me though. It looks fine. What was it lagging just now? I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I think it should be good now, right? Bro, a Wi-Fi router on Temu is begging for you to get dogs. Don't mind stick a like. Shut up, guys. Shut up. Shut the ass up. Stop putting your dicks in my mouth, okay? That's gay. Gay? Gym entry. Wait, did I play this before? Wait, hold on a minute. I played this before. I played this. I did this. What's going on? Oh, it's a new one. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Oh, okay. Do I have many mouths to fit all my songs? All right. Let's stop that. Let's stop that. No. Guys, put your dicks in your pants, okay? I don't want your dicks, okay? Dirty dicks. Ooh, never clean your dick. Ew, smelly, stinky dick. Stinky. Never wash. Okay, we're doing well. Oh, it's more here. Okay. Hello, ni hao. Ni hao. Guys, playing this game, right, reminds me of this guy in Japan. There's like 4 wives. Like for real, because I think there's a guy in Japan that has like a harem, like a legit harem. Like his wives work in offices, right, and then he just stays at home, and he becomes like a house husband. You get me? There's like a guy like that in Japan, so. Oh shit. Yo, the jiggle physics, man. The jiggle. The freaking jiggle. God damn. Yo, I swear these girls are like superhuman, I swear. They're like jumping down from rooftops. Like climbing from like potholes. They're superhuman. Crazy. How do they have so much strength? Oh, she did. She down. Nice. Wait, we're going down the pothole. Uh-oh. Nice. I played worse? Really? You played worse? Like what do you play that's worse than this? Okay, to be honest, right? I think Brown Dust 2 is worse than this. Okay. Like Brown Dust 2 is way worse. This is nothing compared to Brown Dust 2. Okay. It's nothing. Absolutely nothing, alright? Compared to this. I mean, this game is just moaning, right? It's just girls moaning. It's not that bad, okay. You guys are overreacting, okay. You guys are overreacting. It's not that bad. It ain't that bad, alright. Wait, where is this one? Hello. Be gone. Oh, she got destroyed. She got destroyed. She got wet. Oh shit. Oh crap. Oh my god, no. No! No, don't suck my dick. Please don't suck my dick. Okay, alright. Alright. Okay, she down. And one more. Wait, there are a bunch of there's a bunch of games like this? Like what? I can give some examples. For research, guys, for research. I need to know for research, guys. I'm just curious. Hey, what is this? What is this? Let me send a trailer for one babe. Okay. Suck them, suck them, suck. Just sucked. Ooh. That's so cool. I love sucking them. It's awesome. It feels so good. One, two, three. Yo, I'm so good at this game, guys. Oh my god. How am I so good at this game? Oh my goodness. I'm so good. Like, how am I so good? It's crazy. Uh oh. I'm a god. I'm actually a god. Aren't this game ecchi? No, it's not ecchi, right? Technically, it's not ecchi because there's no nudity in this game, so... There's no nudity, so... I don't think so. Oh nice, we did it. Hey, we did it. Let's go. Oh, that was so long. Oh god. Hey, what you said? What is that? Wait, hold on, where's my... Tomate, hold on. Let me play the cutscene first. Okay. Wait, can I clear the link? Is it safe? Is it safe, guys? What is this? Michael. Free, I need to hear the entire thing now. Very good job. Don't encourage her, Jet. Do not encourage her, guys. Why encouraging her? The part was going on with her neck. Oh, it's just because I scratched it, that's why. I scratched it when I was sleeping. And then it bled out, so... It was like a scratch. Yeah, that's what happened. Because I support my sponsor-in-law or not. Okay, to be honest, right, this video is kind of based. Alright. It's not bad. It's a good video, alright. Jokes aside. Hey, this is the only time I did it this year. Bro, I thought you stopped doing this, Mariko. I thought you finally stopped. And then you did it again. Hey, to be honest, right, guys. Yo, Nuvila is looking so cool, man. Do you see this? What a chat. What a chat. Big dick. He looks so hot. I like the Furina cosplay. But to be honest, I like the Nuvila one more. That's what I think. Like, I think Nuvila is better. Alright. Enough. I had enough, okay? Please don't send it anymore, please. Please don't send it anymore, guys. I can't believe I fell for it. I can't believe it. How did I fall for that? Ah. Did everything. Okay, you know what, Mario? You know what? I'll put it as a next goal, alright? For another 20 key points. I'll play did everything. Promise. Okay? Okay? Okay, we can do the main story now. Let's go. Oh, we're fighting the demon. Oh, the devil go. The succubus go. What's one more? No, I'll start another challenge. And then we'll play. Wait, hold on. Give me a sec. I'll edit in. Hold on. I'll start it. Give me a sec. So. I'll start a new challenge. For 20 key points in 2 weeks. Alright, and then give me a sec. Give me a second. Where's my emote? Where is it at? Okay, found it. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so now it should show up on chat now. There's a new challenge. There's a new goal. And then for... Oh wait, I haven't started it yet. Hold on. Let me start it. Okay, let me start it. Alright. So it should show on chat right now. For 20k goal, I'll play did everything. Okay, let's play the game. Oh shit. Wait, graduation? Why's she so mad? This girl's mad. What's she mad for? Hey, thanks for the bits, Jet. Thank you so much. Defeat Corona. Oh, it's a boss fight. Oh. Wait, how do I kill her? How do I do this? Wait, what do I do? Wait, what? Is it enough? Oh wait, she's back. Wait. Wait, that's so fast. Why is she so fast? Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit. Yeah, that's so cool. That's really cool. Oh my god. That was so close. Oh my god. That was pretty close. Oh. Haha. You missed. Sucky sucky time. Alright. Uh-oh. Oh wait, wait. Wait, it's those time? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, I missed. Wait. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit, oh my god. Wait, what did I look at? There's too much things going on right now. What did I do? Oh wait, sucky time again? Wait, how many times do I need to suck? Oh god. I've been sucking forever. I sucked like 4 times, bro. Like 4-5 times. Is that enough? Is that enough, guys? One more. Okay. Alright. Did we win? Oh, we won! Nice! We won! Would you rather have him have MILFs to stare at or high school girls where he pays attention to their jiggle mechanics? Wait, what? What's that question? What Why did you ask the question, Jet? What's wrong with you? What's that even a question? The reject might get a rerun next patch. It's not guaranteed, but it would make sense. Yeah, I guess, okay, maybe I'll play Honkai Star Rail again for like one stream. If Jake comes back. Maybe I will. Wait, what? Wait, isn't she dead? Oh, wait. Wait, she's back. Wait, how do you kill her? She's so smug. Okay, this game's funny. It's funny. I like the humor in this game. It's pretty good. It's good humor. Wait, what's that? Oh wait, I just realized you guys wait, can you guys see the dialogue? Wait, hold on a minute. Give me a second, guys. I should probably do this, right? Hold on. Let me move the camera up. I don't think you guys can see the dialogue. Guys, you need to see the dialogue to understand the plot. Alright? I'll move up here. Okay. It should be better now, I think. Then move the chat up here. Right. Okay. Yay, welcome back, Jibo. Welcome back. Not gonna lie, those angel and demon, wait, what? Thanks for the follow, Sovereign Kicks. Welcome to stream, welcome. Yeah, this game is 10 out of 10, guys. 10 out of 10. Game of the year, guys. Game of the year. I'm putting this game for 10 of the game of the year. 2025. Game of the year. What is that? It's a Gao game. Wait, did I tell you, Jibber? We are playing a Stars game today. Did I not tell you? I'm sure I did, right? Did I not? Yeah, Game of the Year. Yeah, exactly. Oh, but this game is so fun though. It's a pretty fun game. Not gonna lie. Ruby pick 1. Date Andrew's mom from coffin of Andrew or Ashley or get 10k bucks. I'll get 10k bucks. Really. Money's better. Money's way better. Hey, what's this? Oh wait, we're back. Oh wait, we're in her room. Oh. Hey. Nice. Demon Slayer? Huh? Oh damn. Wait, she fixed it. She fixed the game. No more upgrades for you. Oh, she fixed our gun. Damn. Level 2, let's go. Oh, so she's like a blacksmith then, She's like a blacksmith. in this game. I guess. Wait, what's that box? What's this? How do you even get this? Get from AR Co. Okay. From heaven, okay. Oh, figure A, figure B, figure C, alright. Yeah, I wanna give her some snacks. Let's give her some snacks. Nani? Okay. What? Yes, ma'am. Oh, she likes that, she likes that. She liked that. Oh, new cutscene. Let's go. Wait, what? You're so hot? Oh, bitch. Which episode? Which episode? Wait, is there like a beach? Okay, now I'm interested. Now I'm interested. Can I go to the beach in this game? No, please go to the beach, please. I want to go to the beach. Yeah, I want to see you in a swimsuit, bro. I'm not a freak, Jet. No, I'm not. Alright. It's for content, guys. It's for content. Guys, I'm playing this game for you guys, okay? I'm playing this game for you guys, alright? I don't want to play this game, okay? Personally. I'm doing this for you guys, alright? I didn't want to play this. It wasn't me. Then don't? What do you mean don't? But I already promised a Sauce game though. You guys met a goal. So I'm playing this. It's your fault, Jet. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, chat. You guys are the reason why I'm playing this game, alright? This isn't sus? What do you mean this is sus? What do you mean it's not sus? It is sus. Oh, showers. Let's do this one. Showers, alright. Alright. Alright, where are they at? Hey, hello. Wait, are they all wearing swimsuits? No way. Wait, they are all wearing swimsuits. What the frick? Uh-oh. Wait, they're coming out of the lockers. What the frick? What the fuck? Why are they coming out of the lockers? Wait, what is that? Oh shit. Oh frick. Where did you come from? Oh shit. Dude, this is fun. This is great. Wait, below you? Oh. I didn't see her. Easy. Stop running, bitch. E. Let's go here. There's one here. Okay, got her. What's your left? Oh here, okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. There's so many of them. Oh my god, I'm surrounded. Oh frick. Wait, is this how it feels like to be popular, guys? Oh shit. Yes, I'm so popular. I'm the popular kid. I'm a popular guy for once. Let's go. Hey. Here? Oh shit. Jump scare. Oh my god, wait, there's more here. 1, 2. We're gonna keep at this go. Oh my god. Wait, left. Oh wait, she's a school committee. Wait, one just came out of the locker. Alright. Oh, she came. I sense a girl nearby. Oh, hello. Ni hao. Let's get out of here. Wait, no. In a shower cubicle? No way. There's no way. What is this? There's no freaking way. Oh shit. Oh, this is bad. Oh. What is this? Bro, I'm done. I'm so done. What the frick is this? Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh, good night, good night. Oh my god. It's so hard to focus with all the moaning sounds going on. It's so hard. Why is it so hard to focus? I'm getting distracted by the moaning. By the moaning noises. I'm distracted. Uh-oh. Oh, this is so tiring. Oh my god. This is so tiring. This is exhausting. I'm exhausted. Oh my goodness. There's more? How many more do you have? They're like everywhere. They're like zombies. Like a zombie outbreak. Like epidemic. Oh god. Nice try. I'm exhausted, guys. It's exhausting. I've been playing this game for 2 hours, guys. Oh, I'm exhausted. I need to rest. I need to take a break. Oh, this is exhausting. I'm exhausted. Oh. If I was sick for 2 weeks a month ago and I did all my 8 tests in the same week, then you're gonna survive. Trust me. Alright. I'm gonna be real. I'm too Asian to understand 12th grade. I mean, to be honest, it's not that hard, right? Like, 12th grade is not that hard, really. Isn't it not like middle school? Like secondary school? Is it? Is it not? Babe, claim your free meal guide in Honkai Star Rail. Oh yeah, I saw something about that. There's like a free 5-star, right? I think it's Danheng. There's a free Danheng for Honkai Star Rail. I saw it somewhere. Oh, it's last year of high school? Oh. No, I'm so sorry because we don't use the grade system here. Because we have primary school, secondary school and high school, right? We don't have a grade system here. That's why. So I don't know how much is 12th grade. I have no idea. Zoom in on that water. How big was that? Oh, it's like a 4-liter bottle, alright? 4-liter bottle. No, wait, hold on, it's 5 liters. Hold on. Oh shit, it's 5 liters. Okay, the reason why I'm using this, right? The reason why is because I'm just lazy to keep refilling my bottle. I'm lazy. So all I need to do now is just refill it once and it's done. And I can use it for 3 days. Yeah. It's either we go big or we go small. He chose big. Guys, you know why? You know why I choose this? You know why? You know why, guys? Because I have a big dick. That's why. Have you washed your suit? Yes, I washed it like last week. Yes, I did. I did wash it. Alright. I'm not lazy. What I saying? I'm not being lazy. I washed my suit, alright. I washed it. Because you guys were roasting me. Saying that I'm dirty and stuff. But to be honest, I felt it was fine. It was alright to wear that suit for 1 month. It wasn't smelling. It smelled okay. It's not roast. What do you mean it's not roasting? You're roasting me. This fucker is too lazy to refill his bottle every day, but he's not lazy enough to wear a suit to clear a gacha. Y'all be serious. It's concerning. Guys, you know what? You know what? Do you guys want to watch me wear the suit again? Wait, hold on. Let me make a poll. Hold on. Let me create a poll. Chutamate. Should I wear the suit now? Yes. No. Alright. You guys can vote. Just go without clothes on stream? No, I'm not gonna do that. Are you serious? Are you crazy? No, I'm not gonna do that, Substi. No. I don't wanna get banned, okay? I'm not getting banned. Alright. I was gonna say change in front of us. Really? Bro, you guys are so down bad, I swear. You guys are so down bad. What's wrong with you guys? Okay, you guys are telling me I'm down bad for playing this game? I swear, you guys are more down bad than me. Like 10 times more. You guys are 10 times more down bad than me. For real. For real. What do you mean cap? Ah yes, the hot tub girls in Just Chatting are doing fine, but a girl without a t-shirt will get banned? Yeah, Yeah. Am I wrong? Babe, you know what I'm like outside streaming? Yes, I know. I know. God damn it. Wait, let me see the... Okay, apparently no one wants me to wear the suit. Alright. Oh, interesting. Nobody wants me to wear the suit. Alright. I guess I'll not wear it then. Okay. Alright. Good in and out. It's a 50-50. No, I'm not wearing it. No. Do a coin flip. Alright, I'll do a coin flip. Wait, where's the coin? I need to find a coin. Hold on. I can't find a coin. I don't have a coin. Wait, hold on. Let me do this instead. Hold on. Paper coin. Okay, so I guess no then. No. Just flip your monitor. Fuck. How would flipping my monitor help you decide whether I wear the suit? How? How's it gonna work? If that makes no sense. We could have seen him change in front of us. No, actually, imagine, I forget to change the scene. I forgot to turn my camera off and I change it in front of the camera. That would be insane, right? That would be insane. No way the gacha gonna made a grammar mistake in the post saying yet. I mean... Wait, it wasn't that research on isn't that a scientific research where apparently gooning makes your brain dumber? I saw like a research on that. Like some researchers did some like scientific research where they tested the brain after like they watched like corn. And apparently it makes your neurons like it makes you what do you call it? It delinks the neurons links. So you become dumber. Apparently. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, what's 2 times 2? It's 3, right? No, it's 22. It's 22, right? Is it 22? 2 times 2 is 22, guys. 22! Here it doesn't. Here you are similar to Socrates. Alright, oh, locker room. Wait, it's the same area, what the frick? Didn't we do this? I thought we did this. I guess we're going to the same place again, huh? Alright, I guess we're going to the same area. The locker room again, I guess. Alright. Wait, give me a second, guys. Give me a second. I want to check. How long is this game? How long does it take to defeat this game? To beat this game? How long is Gao Gan 2? It says that it's 5 hours. I'll show you guys. It says 5 hours. Apparently, so it's pretty short, right? I think I can beat this game in one stream. Longer than I can last. I don't need to know that, Marco. I don't need to know that. Please don't tell me that. Rogue green line. Yes. Yes. My phone's breaking down. Look at this. It's down. It's breaking down. For real. Yeah, pain, man. Pain. Bro, I'm broke. I can't buy a new phone. I'm broke. I'm freaking broke, alright? You say it's your fault? You're the one who read it? Wait, how? Why am I the one at fault here if you're the one who posted it? Ow. That's not making sense. Protect Risu from demons. Oh, I see. Defense mission. Oh. Your job will be protecting girls from a demon attack. The gauge you see above the girl's head is their vitality. I see. Okay. So I guess I need to protect her then, Risu. Right. Got it. Yo, look at that. Easy. Look at this. What a joke. That was so easy. Bro, I think I can do it in like perfect. I think we can do like perfect run. Oh. Yamete. Yamete. Okay, it's so hard playing this with a controller, guys. It's so hard. It's not the aim. Why is it so hard to aim with a controller? Maybe I should play this with a keyboard, guys. Maybe it's easier, I don't know. Oh shit. Oh, my bad, my bad. My bad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. Wait, there's more? Oh shit, it's big. It's big dick. Oh my god, they're everywhere. Oh shit. Oh no, no, she got hurt. No. My perfect run is gone. No, she got hurt. Dang it. Ah, also close to a perfect run. No, she got hurt. She got big dick. Rip. Rip. Oh, she did, she did. No, you're not getting her, no. Ah. It's tiring. It is exhausting. I'm spamming the E button, by the way. I'm spamming the E button. Ah. My finger hurts, guys. My thumb hurts. It actually hurts, guys. Oh god. Wait, is that it? Is that it? Oh my god, there's more? You gotta be kidding me. Oh shit. No, you're not getting her, no. Oh shit. Oh my god, what's that? What's that? Hey, give me a sec, guys. Hold on a minute. You know what, guys? You know what? Let me do this. Hold on. Let me add a hand cam for this. Give me a sec. Okay. I'll add a hand cam. Okay. Hand cam time. Where's my hand cam? Here. Wait, can I zoom in? Let me do this. Alright. Alright, I think this should be good. Alright. Let's go, let's go. Oh, nice, we did it. Let's go. Yay. Nice. Oh, we got Becky. Let's go. More Becky for the girl. The gamer girl. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what's going on? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I think she's getting horny. Oh my god. She's getting horny, guys. Yemete. Oh shit. For real. To the DoorDash go. Wait, what? Alright, let's go. Window go. What's she doing? Wait, she's reading a comic. A manga. Oh, that's cute. Wait, hold on a minute, guys. Hold on a minute. Will she notice that we are peeping at her? Does she notice? Like, what if I do this for like 1 minute? Will she find out? Like, will she find out that we are staring at her? Just curious. I guess not then, huh? I guess not. Are you okay, Jet? Are you okay? Why are you just spamming like random shit in chat? Are you alright? Hello. Here's a Pocky. Some Pecky. Ni-sama. Ooh, cutscene.
し不思議なもんだな。兄様とは知り合ってからそんなに経ってないのに、こんなに話せるのはメカと兄様ぐらいだ。メカはいいぞ。わけわかんない罵倒とか怖いこと言わないし。
I mean,
こっちの計算さえ正しければきっちり予想通りに動いてくれる。
I see. I get what she means here. I get what she means.
予測できないとか何それ怖いじゃん。
Yours is scary.
私は G とバー以外はメカとゲームとお菓子があればそれでいい。あ、兄様も一応入れといてやる。あ、そうだ。メカといえばこないだ日頃のゲーム疲れを
Wait, a massage machine? Wait. ちょっと待って、ちょっと待って。Massage machine? Hey yo. Hey yo. And she's stiff. What is this? Want me to massage you?
それって兄様が私をマッサージするってことか
Yes. Yes.
まあ確かに体は凝ってるんだよな。よし
Oh, she said okay.
ちょっと待ってろ。今そっちの
And she's coming to our room. Oh no. Oh, she's here. Wait, do we actually massage her? No way, right? There's no way we actually massage her. There's no way. There's no freaking way. What the heck? What do I see here? I guess you can just give her a massage then, I guess. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
エロい。手つきがエロいぞ兄様。
That's not how you massage, bro. That's not how you do a massage, guys. What is this?
なんだ兄様。なぜそんなに
Why is she blushing? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. What did I just see? Wait, am I gonna get banned for this? No, right? Because it's a game, right? It's part of the game. I'm not doing this on purpose, so... Hey, Atomic, hello, hello! Welcome back, welcome back. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back to the stream. Oh my god, dude, I just saw it, Oh my god. Oh, my eyes. My eyes. Oh. Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god. What do I do, guys? What do I do? Can I just press E? Like... Why is she making that sound? Why? It's just a massage. It's a freaking massage.
エッチなのはダメって言ったじゃん。エッチだったよ。兄様のアホ、レーティングはみ出し野郎。なんという恥ずかしめ。帰って。
Okay, that was too much for her. Alright. I guess she liked it then, huh? I bet she liked it. Oh, we're back. Nice. Oh wait, hold on. Give me a minute, guys. Give me a sec. I do this instead. Alright. Oh, by the way, how are you doing, Atomic? How's the weekend? Today's Sunday, right? The weekend's over, guys. The weekend's over. Tomorrow's Monday, guys. Reparino. Oh wait, that's the present. Hold on. Ooh. A new box. Going well? Nice to hear, nice to hear. Good to know. Oh, we got more packies. Let's go. Okay, what if I just give it all to that girl? What happens? Hey, where's she at? Guys, is it weird that I'm getting invested in this? I'm actually getting invested now. Now after playing this for like 2 hours, I'm actually getting invested, guys, in this.
それぞれの魅力があるというのにどうして手を取り合えないんだろうか杉の子
Charlie Chu.
お前は今どこで戦って
Who is
いる
Charlie Chu? Who is that? Am I supposed to know?
お菓子くれるのか
Yes, ma'am. There you go.
さすが兄様
Sasuga ni-sama. Oh, new cutscene. Let's go. New cutscene unlocked. What's up?
実は来月ジーとバーが結婚記念日でな何を贈ろうか考えていたんだが
Like a present.
通販サイトじゃどうにもイメージが湧かなくてさバカにするなちゃんと安全なサイトを選んでるよでも確かに実際に見てみるのはいいかも
Let's go.
外の人怖い
It is not
知ら
scary.
なかった面倒だけど
Is she like an introvert? She does sound like an introvert. No, but the thing is, how is she gonna go out if she like how is she gonna go out if she's an introvert?
どうした
How?
黙り込んで
Bad girl, no candy for you.
正論だ分かったよ今度買いに
I'll go shopping later. Oh, she's going
で
out.
も一人じゃ怖い
Oh, we're going with her.
面倒だから
Oh, that's
お
cool.
兄様も一緒についてきてくれないか
Yes. Yes, sir.
今日は大変でしたね
Wait, is that it? Is that it? Do we not actually go to the shopping center with her? Oh, that's sad. Oh, that sucks.
また明日です
God dang it.
そうだ言い忘れてましたなんとですね明日は悪魔撃退ポイントが2倍
Wait, what? Demon Buster points are worth double tomorrow?
この機会に
Oh yeah, by the way, Atomic, by the way,
稼いじゃいましょうね
I'm playing this game called Gaogan
サービ
2.
スデーはちょくちょくありますので
It's like a
お暇な時
Gao
にカレ
game.
ンダーを見ておくことをお
Like an
勧めい
otome
たし
game.
ます
where you shoot ghosts. You literally make them come and then you win. You get points to progress in the story. Literally. So it's like a very sus
おは
game.
ようございます
Sassy baka game.
本日はいかがいたします
Ooh. That's the main story. Wait, there's like four. Wait, what the frick? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many main stories are there? Oh shit. Oh, it's a side story. I see. Okay, I guess we'll do this then.
はい頑張りましょうね
Alright. Wait, give me a second, guys.
おはようございます
Let me do this. Hold on. Let me make it smaller. It doesn't block the screen. Alright.
です悪魔撃退ポイントをたくさん稼いでいきましょう
Guys, is it weird that I want to do a speedrun of this game? Like, I wonder, is there a speedrun for Gagan 2?
期待してますね
Like a speedrunner. That would be kind of interesting, right? Imagine speedrunning this game. Just imagine. I'll go nuts. I'll actually go nuts.
右手注意です
Ooh.
前にいますです
Oh my god, I keep missing. Why do I keep missing? Oh my god. My aim is so bad. My aim is horrible. Oh shit. They're coming here. My aim is so bad, bro. Guys, now you know why I don't play FPS games. Now you know why. My aim sucks dick. It's horrible. Now you know. Wait, did the statue just move? It moved. The statue just moved. Hello. He's hiding there. Okay. Nice, nice. Good job. Ooh, headshot, headshot. Wait, guys. Does this game count as an FPS game? Does it actually count? Like, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Like, will you count this game as an FPS game? Is it FPS? I really don't know, guys. Wait. Guy? You're not gonna lie, chat. Not gonna lie. I kinda like how they say Sugai. Sugai? Like, what the frick, man? This game is weird. It's so freaky. Freaky ass game. Actually freaky. Like, Sugoi? Himete? Haha, nice try. You will never get me. Wait, below you. Wait, what? Oh, here. Hello. Oh, shit. Yo, I hate the projectiles. It's so annoying. It's pretty annoying. Not gonna lie. Oh shit, there's more. Okay, okay, she did. We got her. Okay, I guess we go down here. Alright. Let's keep going. I will never surrender. Oh. Wait, Atomic, can I ask you this? Would you play this game? Like, if you're bored? In your free time? I'm just curious. Oh shit. Like, will you actually play this game in your free time? Would you? Okay. I will. Really? I sure about that, bro. Just to be honest, right? This game plays well. Like I said just now on stream. I was saying that I would rather play this game than Pokemon Z. Like, I think this game is better than Z. For real. Like, I'm being serious. Like, Pokemon Z sucks, man. I've been playing this game like off stream, and the graphic is so bad, and it's so boring. The game is so boring. Pokemon Z. Like, I legit would rather play this game than Z. Legit. For real. Yeah, I think she's dead. Right. Oh shit, there's more? Damn. Bro, they're like all after my dick, man. Oh my god. Okay, where's the last one? Here. Oh, there's one here. Let's see her. I thought she was dead. Oh, nice, we did it. Let's go, let's go. Oh. That was painful. Oh, 2 nice points. Let's go. Hey, 80k. Let's go. Packy 3 packies and 3 potato chips. I'm going to download. Really? Are you downloading now? No way. No freaking way. You're actually downloading this. Because okay, to be honest, I'm playing this game as a joke, alright? It's a joke. It's for content. Like, I wouldn't play this game off stream, really. I wouldn't. I'm just playing this for content. So that I can make content on this. That's the only reason why I'm playing this game, okay? That's the only reason why. It's just for fun. For content. For content. Okay, oh, cafeteria. I don't think we have done this yet. You like this kind of game? No, I'm not. No, I'm not this kind of person, okay? No. No, 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 no. Alright? Like, okay, although I do play Runners too, alright? But I don't play this kind of games, okay? I don't play ecchi games in private. Not really. I'm not like a ecchi game enjoyer, alright? For real, like I'm being serious here. For real, for real. I don't actually play ecchi games off stream. I'm only playing this because I'm playing this for content. It's all for content, guys. All for content. Alright, let's start the next one. Oh. Let me stretch a bit. Oh, you enjoy? I'm not enjoying. No, I'm not. I'm not. Okay, I'm not enjoying. Shut up. Shut up. No, I'm not enjoying. What are you saying? You know nothing. You know nothing. No. I'm not enjoying. What are you saying? I'm not, okay. Yeah, how many more levels do we have? You've been playing this for 3 hours, guys. For 3 whole hours, without any breaks. Oh god. Okay. Cafeteria. Guys, now you know why I don't play Valorant on stream. My aim freaking sucks. Now you know, guys. Now you know. My aim sucks. Nick. Because I used to play Valorant, right? But I stopped playing it because my friends stopped playing it, so... Because I used to play Valorant with my friends in university. Last time. Like 3 years ago. 3 years back. I kind of stopped because my friends stopped playing it, so... Like, I had no one to play with. Then I just give up. I just quit the game. Oh shit. That was huge. Oh crap. Oh shit. Oh, she down, she down. Oh no. Oh no, no. Yumete. Oh, give me a sec, guys. Let me wear my earpiece. Hold on. Amy suck, but girls are cute. I mean, you're not wrong though. You are not wrong. They are cute. It's just my aim, okay? It's just my aim. You're right. Oh shit! No, wait, where did it come from? What the frick? Where did it come from? Bro. She came out of nowhere. This guy shit on me. She came out behind. God damn. There's one honey here. You did. Nice. You're right. Can you eat something? Can you like order something? Can I order like, I don't know, like onigiri or something? I'm hungry. Can I actually order something? In the game? No, get away from me, bruh. Oh shit! Bro, she just slapped us. What the heck? She slapped the shit out of us. Nani? Sugoi yo. Bro, the moon is like so like extra, man. Oh god. They're like freaking everywhere, man. They're like the plague. Uh-oh. I'm in danger. Oh shit. Oh my god. No, bro. She freaking slapped us. Bruh. Did she just freaking slap us? What is wrong with you, bro? Oh, she left? Oh. As said, you enjoying that sounds and also game? I mean, like the game's not bad, right? It's not. Oh my god, what is this? What is this? Bro, they're shooting her legs. Bro. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. Ecstasy shot. Sugoyo. Sugoya. Oh my god. That freaking hurt, man. What's wrong with you, bruh? Megumi. You're right. Oh, there's more here. There's one here. Oh, my finger hurts. I'm fingering the button right now. Do you guys see it? I'm fingering the button right now. I'm spraying the button. My finger actually hurts. Ah, my finger hurts. Alright. Nice try, bro. Sugoyo. Oh. The sounds, man, the sounds. They're everywhere. They're making all sorts of sounds, alright. It's cursed. This game is cursed. Actually cursed. Hit your companion? Why? Why? Why would I hit her? Why? What's wrong with you? Atomic. Why would I hit her? Why, bro? Oh, nice. Oh, almost 100k. That's close. We were so close to 100k. Damn. We're like really close.
今日もお疲れ様でした、マスター。こうやって結構悪魔退治をしてきましたが、マスターのフェロモンショット、私から見てもなかなか筋がいいと思いますよ。
Wait, she's just telling us that we are talented in doing this, I guess. Wait, give me a sec. Give me a second. Okay. I want to see if she also act like that. No, I mean I tried just now. She just moans a bit. That's it. She just moans. So.
的確に狙って打つ才能と言いましょうか。あ、私学生時代、愛の矢を打つ成績はとても良かったんですよ。
A sharpshooter.
狙って打つことに関しては一加減あるんです。私。まあ、就職してから役に立ったことは全然ないんですけどね。今は展開も。
Oh yeah, by the way, the angel, like small little angel is her, you know. Like there's a chibi version of her in the game. Love arrows. The one Cupid used to tie fated lovers together. Oh wait, isn't that from the first game? It is, right? From Gaogan 1, I think. If I'm not wrong.
でも現場でもやっぱりダメダメで、同級生はバリバリ働いてるのに。
So she's just clumsy then, huh? Aw. She's just clumsy. Sentai. Alright. Hey, what do you do now then? Are you back to our room? Oh, we're back. We're back. Let's give the girl more pocky. More snacks. Yeah, I think guys, I think I'm just gonna keep spamming the snakes on her. Now, I wanna see what happens if we date her. I just wanna see. Yeah, I'm just curious. Sharpshooter, girl shooter. I mean, you're not wrong though. You're not wrong. You're not wrong though. It is a girl shooter. Like it's in the game. It's in the game's name. Gao Gun. What do you expect? Okay, I guess you just spam. Oh, new cutscene. Let's go. Cutscene. Wait. She already likes me plenty. Wait, why am I not able to give her more? Okay, I guess she's like maxed out already, I think. I think she's maxed out. I see. Wait, can you talk to her? Oh yeah, by the way, Atomic, this girl, she's like a gamer girl, and then she never goes out. Never touch grass. That's why you need 4. That's why I'm getting her, that's why. She's like a nerd, like a neat. Yeah, I think there's nothing else to do here, I think. I guess you'll just sleep here. Oh wait, we received a parrot. Wait, what? Oh, we got a present. Nice. Hey! What is it? Wait, what? Wait, what do you get? Oh, golden Pecky. Gao Gun poster. Oh yeah, you can wait. You can decorate this room, right? I think we can. Wait, how do I do that? Is it under menu? Oh, remodel room. Oh, big dig. Oh shit. Okay, okay. That's cool. So you can pick what items you want to put on your table. Okay, that's cool. What is this? Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right. And ooh, okay, this looks nice. This is cute. Okay, what's this? This. Okay, one more one. One of this. Yes. Ooh, look at this. Damn, my room is so good. Look at that. Hey, wait, what is shaking? Why is it shaking? Why is it vibrating? Okay, I'm gonna go for dinner. Alright, see you, Atomic. Bye bye. Legend, bye bye. Have fun. Okay. Okay, let's sleep. Sleepy time. Ugh. 3 hours, guys. Let's go. You did 3 hours. Oh, we have like 2 more hours to go. 2 more hours. Aww. Okay, wait. What's going on? Something seems different about you today. Oh shit. Oh, it's like the it's a very effect on her, I think. That's interesting. Wait, it's affecting her. Wait, oh, the demon's back. It's back. Hey Frogman, hello. Welcome to stream, welcome. I'm really sad and I'm drinking so. Why are you sad, Frogman? Why? Why are you sad? Are you okay? Are you alright? I'm playing this game, by the way. This game is called Galgan 1. Oh, sorry, Galgan 2. It's a second series. It's a sequel. And then I played the first one back last year, November last year, and it was fun. So I played it again this year. That's why I'm playing this again. I played the first one, the first game. It was good. So like the point of this game is to shoot girls and like make them happy. Yes, happy. It's like a otome game, if you know what I mean. Like a dating otome game. Was it double piece or older one? I think it's 2, right? Wait, let me check. Hold on, let me check. Give me a sec, let me check. I think it's 2. It should be 2, I think. Wait, give me a sec. Let me check. I think I'm playing 2. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's Galgan 2, yes, Galgan 2. I played the first one last year, by the way. I played the first one. The first one was fun. It was pretty fun. It was last year, November, I think. November last year. It was pretty good. That's why I'm playing it now again, this year. It's like a yearly tradition now. It's a yearly tradition. Hey, what's this? Infirmary. Alright. I guess we do this one. Let's do this one. Alright, We're playing 2, but first game in English was double piece. But there was an older one in Japanese only, now remastered as returns. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, I played the first one, by the way. I played it. Wait, let me show you. Let me show you my Steam. Hold on. Let me show you my Steam. So I actually played the first one back in last year. If I search Galgan in my library, yeah, look at this. 3.6 hours played. I finished the game. I finished this game. So I'm playing this now. Yeah. That's why. That's why we're playing this game. But yeah, but by the way, I didn't know that there was an older one. I didn't know. I thought it was only 2, so I didn't know there was a even older one. Interesting. I did not know. Oh shit, wait, she lost the key card. Oh no. She lost it. Uh-oh. Wait, who do you like here? Monkey. Who's your favorite? Like the angel or the demon? Which one do you like? Thank you. Yes, that was double piece, my favorite. I see. No, I've heard that the second one is better though. I don't know. Like people are saying that this one is better. So I'm not sure. But okay, I think from what I played so far, I think the first one is better. I think I like the first one. But I think the second one they did some improvements in the gameplay. They did. Where, like for example, in this game, to move around, you have to shoot the silhouette, the shadow. But in the first game, it moves on itself. You can't like pick when to move. Right? So it's pretty different from the first one. It's very different. The way he plays. What's this? Search missions. Because if a present mark are different from other missions. Oh. So, oh I see. So we have to find the key card. The card key. And we have to search for it. Okay, I see. So we search for the item while defeating demon girls, right? Am I right? Depends on your taste. This is more of like a VR game. DP was more like a real... Yeah, exactly. You're right. You're right. No, the thing is that I'm very bad with aiming, right? That's why I don't play Valorant. I don't play Valorant, I don't play CSGO. And my aiming sucks. So I'm really bad at this game. I'm very bad. But I mean, I feel okay. I feel like I'm decent enough to pass the mission. But I'm not very good at it. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Monkey. Do you know anyone that like speedrun this game? Do you know? I'm curious because like this game doesn't seem very speedrunnable. That's for the polo monkey. Yeah, I'm curious. Is there anyone who speedruns this game? Any Gao Gun speedrunners? I'm curious. Cause it's gonna be quite interesting, right? I'm just curious, guys. I'm just curious. Okay, why did I search? Nani? Wait, am I supposed to do something here? Like find something, right? Rev Spec used to speedrun double Ps. He did all achievements speedrun in 14 hours. Wait, that's insane! 14 hours? Oh shit! Wait, I didn't know that there are speedrunners for this game. That's insane. Oh god. That is crazy. That's amazing. There's nothing here though. I'm kind of lost right now. I don't see anything I can do right now. I'm just spamming A like for everything. I'm just spamming. Is it there? No, it's not. Was it here? Okay, I have no idea where it is. I have no idea. When you duck down? Wait, how did I duck down? How did I do that? How did I duck down? How did I do that? Chitomate. How did I duck down? On PC, no idea. On PS4, forgotten. Wait, this game's on PS4? Oh, really? It's also on PS4? I had no idea. It's also on PS4. Oh, I found it! We found it! Hey! Big dick! Oh shit. Wait, where did it come from? Oh my god! That was out of nowhere. Is that it? Are we good? Wait, did we get it? Did I not get it? I got it right? I can't check it out. Hey, fungi, hello! Hey, welcome back. Oh, you found it! Oh, it's not the wrong one. Oh, frick, it's the wrong one. No! It's the wrong one. Oh, we have 2 minutes left. Oh shit. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm in danger. Is it here? Oh, it's not here though. What the frick is it? There's one here. Is there not? Sorry. Mm. What the hell is it? Am I tripping, guys? Am I tripping? Am I blind? I've searched everywhere. I still don't see it. Oh shit, Oh crap, oh crap. GG guys, GG boys. GG guys, good game, good game. Bro, it took us 5 minutes to find like 2. Bro, how did... Oh, oh, I see. Wait. Oh. Oh. Oh, you control it with your right stick. With the right stick, this one. With the right thumbstick. Oh, I see. Yeah, first game was PS3, Double Peace was on Vita and PS4. This one's on PS4. They stopped letting it at returns. Oh, I see. Got it. I mean, at least now we know where it is, right? Now at least we know. The first one's here, I think. Yeah. First one. Then second one here. Wait, is it not here? Wait. Wait, where is it? Wait, does the location change? Doesn't, right? Isn't it here? It was here just now, right? Huh? I swear it was here. Hey, what is this? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get off here. Get out. Ooh. Okay, she did. We got her. Alright. We got him. Oh, it's down there. Okay, so we need one more, right? We need one more. Last one. Oh. Oh, we got hit. Shit. Oh, shit. Okay, one last one. Last one. Oh, is it here? Is it underneath the banana? It's not, huh? It's not here. Oh, wait, I see it. It's there. Yes! We did it! Suck my dick! Let's go! Oh, we got 3 golden packages. Let's go. Nice. Hey? Guys, to be honest, I think the demon girl is more cuter. I like the demon. She's cute. Personally, right? Personally,
カードキーは
I
受け
prefer
取
the
れません
demon over the angel.
なぜにです怖いですマスターと決めたんです
I mean, she's funny, she's cute, you know.
会社もあなたも見返すんだってだからそれはあなたに
I feel like the angel at this point is just a dumbass, right? She's just dumb. I might just Ikuro. Wait, who's Ikuro? Who's that?
それなら手加減はしない
Who's Ikuro?
今すぐ決着と行きたいところです
Who's that? Am I supposed to know?
朝からカードキー探してて正直ヘトヘトです
Do I need to know?
次に会う日までコンディションをベストに整えておくですわかりましたこちらも再生の日までモテオーラを高めて準備しておきますそれまでカードキーは悪魔さんが預かっていてくださいわかったです
Oh, the angel from last game. Oh,
それじゃ
oh yeah. Her name is Ikuro. You're right. You're right.
また会おうです
Yeah, light blue hair. Yeah. You're right.
いい感じのやりとりだったのにオチをつけないでほしいです役立たずでごめんなさ
No, to be honest, I felt like the first game the plot was pretty good. It was a pretty good plot. It ain't bad.
あうん何くれるの
Nani? Wait, is that not enough? I guess I just keep spamming this, I guess. Wait, she doesn't like it? Wait, what the frick? I thought we still like 18. What the heck? Yo, she's such a glutton. What the heck, man? She eats so much. Oh, she's maxed out. Ooh. Oh, nice, we maxed out. Hey. Big dick. Nice. Alright, one more, right? Okay, let's do this one. Gym entrance, alright. Okay, let me stretch a bit. Alright.
逃げずによくぞ来たですコンディションは万全ですか問題ありませんよねマスターいい覚悟です始めるですよ人間
Give me hell? Alright, I'll give you hell. Alright. She asked for it, guys. She asked for it. She asked it. Oh, it's a boss fight. Oh. It's another boss fight. Okay, okay. Oh my god. Okay. Oh wait, it's a decoy. It's a clone. No! We got scammed. We got scammed. Oh, we got hit. Oops. Wait. Oh, she got hit. Ooh. Wait. Super suck. The super sucky. Damn, look at that. Ooh. Yo, it's so awesome. Like, it's so cool. Wait, what? Wait, where's she at? Oh shit. Oh, I didn't notice. Oh no. Oh. Haha. Gacha. Again? Oh, okay. Wait, is there a way to like speedrun this? I don't know. Oh shit. No! Haha, nice try, nice try. Ah ha ha ha, you missed. Ooh. Alright. This should be enough, I think. Oh my god, how many are there? Oh my god. Why is it taking so long? It's taking way too long, guys. Oh my god. There are so many of them. They're just flying everywhere. Okay, two more. Two more. Nice. Yeah, we won. Oh shit. Wait, what the Wait, what the frick? What the fuck? Wait. What is this? Yo, I didn't expect that. What in the good hell is this? No, what is that? What is that? Why is she naked? This game. No, but legit, what the frick is this? Watching power? Bro, we just suck all of her clothes. Oh, nice. She give it back. Raise more hell. Okay. I gotta graduate or there will be hell to pay. Alright. Why is she so obsessed over hell? She's so obsessed. She's crazy. Oh, she's gone. She went back to hell. She went back. Wait, what? Wait, do you get scammed? Oh, wait, we did it! We did it, guys! Hey! We made a quota! Yay! Nice! Wait, what? No. Wait, just said I love you. Oh, damn. Okay. What's wrong with you? Just go back to heaven, bro. You got your card. Go back to heaven. Exactly. Why are you here? Go back to heaven, bro. She's just here to get free food. She's a freeloader, guys. She's a freeloader. Wait, she's just gonna stay here? She's just gonna stay here? For the... No! Okay, guys, what should I pick here? I have a very strong feeling I should pick the third one. No, I wanna see, guys. I wanna see what happens if I tell her to go home. Like, will she actually go home? That's the thing. You know what, fuck it, I'll pick the third one. Screw it. Go home, bruh. No, I'm not kidding, wait. Why is there no option? I'm not kidding. Go back. Wait, she's still here. She's still here. Oh my god. Are you serious? Why is she still here? I told her to go back. She never listens. Ooh. Oh, upgrade. Hey. Wait, what? It's done? What's that? We're getting more handsome. Aw. Defense power, shot power 2-star. Alright. I forgot there are a few endings. Wait, really? Wait, how many endings are there in this game? How many endings are there? Because I think we got the normal one, right? We got the normal ending. I think. Yeah, I think we got the normal one. At least 4? Wait, one ending takes like 5 hours, right? 5 hours to complete. Like 4 to 5 hours. That's like 20 hours of gameplay. Damn. Hey, what's this? Should I say the truth? That's the thing. I don't know. I don't know if I trust her. Because I have a feeling, right? I have a feeling that she can actually see the angel. I have a feeling. She's just pretending not to see the angel. Am I right, monkey? Am I right? Is she pretending? Because I feel like she can see them. She's just lying. I don't think she can see, she just trusts you. I see. Maybe I'm thinking too much, I'm overthinking, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, Chiru can see the gamer girl. She can see angels, right? Yeah. Aww, she's just a nice girl. She's so nice. Childhood friend. I mean, to be honest, right? To be honest, the childhood friend never wins, right? They never win. Childhood friend never wins. They always lose. They always take L's, right? Even in anime, the childhood friend never wins. Ever. Wait, 76k points? Are you serious? Damn, 76k. Oh god. In anime they win, reality no. No, I feel like both, they don't win in both, right? That's what I think. It's always the random girl that wins. The new girl. It's always like that, right? Am I wrong? Wait, what are they? Oh, are they like a shaman? Like an exorcist? Oh, I see. Wait, didn't the first game also have demon hunters? Right? Right. Wait, are these the same characters? Wait. They look familiar. In Double Piece, both these girls were childhood friends and you win both? Oh, wait, I'm right. They are from the first game. Oh. No wonder they look so familiar. Okay, hear me out. It's been a year since I played the first game, right? So I can't remember most of the stuff in the first game. I can't remember. I don't remember, so it's been too long. But they do look familiar, right? They do. Wait, what? Senpai? Aww. Aww. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with having an angel call you master? What's wrong? Okay, let's go. Oh shit. Oh my god. Wait, where did it come from? Wait, they came from the water? They were down there? Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead. I'm dead. Nice. Good job. I think we're doing pretty well right now, right? We're doing pretty well. Wait, why are we in mid-air? Wait, where is... Oh, here. I mean, to be honest, guys, right? I feel like the first game was more fun. Am I shipping? I feel like the first game is more fun. Like, I feel like the first game's plot makes more sense. It's kind of forced for the second game. For this game. The plot. It's kind of forced. Yeah, I'm just gonna spin. Spin to win! Oh shit. Yo, the jiggle physics, man. For real. Insane. Jiggle physics. Oh my goodness. Is that it? Oh, behind. Hello. Bye-bye. Be gone, pot. Be gone. Oh my god. The soft. Why are you stepping on me, bro? Get away from me. You dirty girl. Wait, do people actually like this? Like getting slapped? For real? Why is it in the game? Why are you getting slapped and getting stepped on? What's wrong with the developers? What's wrong with them? For real? What is wrong with them? I swear. This game's so sus. Oh my goodness. I think that's it. Okay, let's go here. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh my god, no, no! Oh shit. Okay, there's one here. Alright. Is that all? Are you done? Okay, I think go here. Alright. Oh, I'm exhausted, guys. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. My finger hurts. It actually hurts. Like for real, for real. My hand hurts. I've been pressing A the entire time. I'm just spamming. Hey Zaki, hello, hello. Welcome back, welcome back. Ni hao, ni hao. Oh shit. Yeah. I think you're almost done. You should be almost done, I think. Wait, what's that? Where's it coming? Wait, Zaki, do you play this game before? Have you played this game? It's called Galgan 2. It's a sus game. It's a super sus game. Wait, where is it? I'm here, bitch. Ooh. You like that, huh? Oh my god. Oh, I didn't see that. Frick. Oh dang, I didn't see that. Yo, shit. Oh my god, she ambushed me. I was ambushed. Oh, this stage really long, huh? What a long stage. So long. Oh wait, they're behind, they're behind. I think there's one more. Then it should be done. Hey, what is it? Oh my god. Jump scare. There's one here, there's one here. Wait, they're everywhere. Oh god. And they're freaking everywhere. They're freaking zombies. Oh god. Oh, I think that's the end. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, nice. Let's go. Yay. Wait, okay. I think we need like 30 more, right? 30 more K. Like 30,000 more. To do the main story. The main one. Wait, what? Strategy meeting? Huh? Wait, heavenly item, the demon sweeper. Yeah, so is it like a holy relic? Somewhat? I won't want to. Aw. Wait, this girl like a tsundere? She is, right? No, I'm not. I'm not a tsundere. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the ass out, imposter. I'm not. Okay, I'm not. I don't like tsunderes, okay? No, no, no. Stop defaming me, okay? I'll sue you for defamation. Defamation. You're defaming me. Who enjoys? Look who's smiling while watching tsunderes. No. I'm not smiling, guys. I'm not smiling. No. I think defamation only works when it's not true. It's not true. I don't like tsunderes, okay? I don't like tsunderes. For real. Okay? I like MILFs, okay? Oh wait, this is nice. Wait. What's this? Wait, what? Wait. No way. What is this? Wait. Wait, is she a demon? Is our childhood friend a demon? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, that's why, yeah, I'm telling you, he's sus. He's so sus. I'm telling you guys. I think she can see the angel. She's pretending, guys, she's pretending. She's pretending to not see her. Right? Wait, what? So she's not possessed, right? Then she is a demon. I think. She's lying to us. But damn though, that'll be crazy. Like if she's actually a demon. That will be insane. But she's so nice though. She's so innocent, that's the thing. Like you wouldn't like... You wouldn't suspect that she's a demon. That's the thing. She's such a nice girl. Storage room? Okay, alright. Oh, it's the little girl, right? The demon hunter girl. Wait, what is this? What is this? Bro. Bro, what am I playing here? What am I playing? No, okay, it's so funny, right? Because you guys can't see it. Because the camera is blocking. You guys can't see what's going on. The camera is blocking, guys. What the frick is this? What is wrong with the developers? What's wrong with people? Why did they make this? Why are you playing? Best game is what? I'm stuck step, bro. Oh my god. Bro is selfish, enjoying view himself. No, I'm not. I'm not enjoying this game. What am I saying? I'm not. Okay, I'm not. Guys, hear me out. I'm playing this game for content, alright? For content. I'm playing this game because I had to, okay? Because I made a goal where if we meet 20k points, I'll play this game. Right? So we met the points, we met the goal, and I play the game. It's not me, guys. It's not me. It's you. It's chat. Okay, it's not me. Alright? It ain't me. Okay? It ain't me. Alright? I don't enjoy this game, okay? No. No. Wait, where's the item? Where's the item? I don't see it. Wait, is it here? I don't think it's here. Okay. Wait, let's suck it. No, we don't. Right. Oh, is it here? Oh, it's there. I see it. Hey! You got it. Uh-oh. Wait, where did it come from? Oh, it's there. Oh. Okay. Where is it at? Where are you at, bruh? Here? It's not here though. Oh, here. Wait, the cone is blocking us. Get away, cone. Go away. Oh shit. Where is it? Nice. Okay, we need like 3 more, I think. Oh, that was fast. That was fast. Damn, I'm getting good at this game. Oh my god. Bro, I'm so pro at this game. Look at that. I found it first try. Pro gamer. Oh shit. Okay. Still have 2 left, right? Here. Okay, let's go up here. It's not here. Oh, I see it. Now what a joke. Easiest game of my life. Easiest game of my life. Easy. Easy. Nice. Okay. Wait, where's the last one? Wait, is it here? Is it here? Wait. Wait. I don't see the item. Is it here? It's not though. Okay, oh, it's here. Okay, I see. I see. Oops, I was wrong. Oopsie. Wait. I don't see it. Oh, it's there. Wait, how did I get it? Wait, how did I get that? It's not there, right? Wait, how did I get it? It's stuck. It's in between the... It's in between the basket. Where is it at? Maybe lean right? Oh yeah, you're right. Oh my god, thanks bro. Thanks. You were so sure it was in her butt? I mean, you never know, right? Right? This game is sus. You never know. It might be in their butts. You never know, bro. It could be, right? It could be.
さすがは天使様が認めた男ということかしら。全部見つけられてよかった。
Oh, nice. Hey, it was easy. Yeah, I think we can do the main quest now, right? I think we can. We should be able to do the main quest now. Aww. No, but okay, to be honest, Monkey. To be honest, right? It would have been big brain if they hit it in their butts, right? If they hit the figurine in their butts, it would be big brain, isn't it? Big brain. That would be fun, isn't it? Too bad. Bro, they should hire me as a consultant for this game. They should have hired me. I would have placed it in their butts. For real. For real. Oh, she's in. Wait, what's she doing? Oh, she's reading, I think. Okay. Ni-sama. Okay, she's mixed out, I think. Let's talk to her. Oh, that's sad. She only talks to her grandparents. Oh. You'll be CEO. Yeah. True. Great, but different age restriction to play. I mean, to be honest, Monkey, isn't this game 16 plus or 18 plus? Is it not? What's the difference then? What would be the difference? To be honest, it's already so sus. Wait, what? Just knock it.
まさか兄様にあんな趣味があったとは。
What are you talking about?
なんてな、冗談だよ、冗談。
Oh, she's joking? Okay, alright.
兄様。
Present? Okay, no present, alright. Okay, let's sleep.
おやすみなさい。
Sleepy time. Probably 16 plus. Putting things into and taking things out of the butt might be adults only. No, but what if it just sucks it out of the butt, but it doesn't show it coming off the butt? Wouldn't that be fine? Right? Monkey. Because you don't show the butt, the naked butt. It just comes out of the butt like it just spawns out of the blood of the butt. Isn't that fine? Like, think about it. Only normal thing in this game is sleeping. So true. Wait, cat seemed to hate me for some reason. She is a demon! She's a demon, right? Because cats hate demons, right? Am I right? And it hits at her. Because she's a demon. That's why. I feel like she's getting close to us to get us. Are you aiming at boob? Wait, what do you mean? Is that what you want? Application? Is that what you want? Your wish is you. Your wish is my command. Here you go, application. Here you go. Are you happy now? Hey, Susie, welcome back. Welcome back, my boy. This for you, bro. It's more. How big do you want? They're high school kids. They're high school students. They're high school girls. They're teenagers, bro. Are you gooding? No, I'm not gooding to this shit, okay? I'm not. I'm just playing this game, alright? Oh my god, we need like 4,000 more. Are you serious? You gotta be kidding me. We need one more stage for this. God dang it. One more stage. I thought we were done. God dang it. Hey, what is this? Cave? What? Corona. Why are you looking at minus group? No, it's for you, application. You wanted that, okay? No, it's not me. It ain't me, okay? It ain't me. It was you. You asked for it. You wanted that. Alright, it's not me, guys. It's not me. Okay. It's you. It's you. Oh, we need to put. Oh, it's a defense mission. I see. Oh shit. Spam. Attack! It was so hard to aim. Oh my god, it's so hard to aim with a controller. It's so hard to aim. It's bad. Oh. My bad. Wait. Okay, let's spam E. Look, they're fast. Why are they so fast? Oh my god, they're so really freaking fast. Oh my goodness. They're so goddamn fast. Oh my god. Oh shit. Uh oh. I'm in danger. Oh. This is tiring, guys. This is so tiring. I'm tired. Uh-oh. My bad, my bad. No! No! Shit, shit. I'll just suck everything up. Okay. Wait, this is way easier. Oh my god. Wait, this is way easier. Hold on a minute. Wait, why did I just do this? I can just suck it up, right? I can just suck them up. What am I doing? I could just suck them. Like this. What have I been doing? I kind of forgot that you can just fuck them up. I kind of forgot. Oh shit. Alright. Nice. Yo, look at that. Ooh. That was easy. Is there more? Okay, there's more. Alright. Nice. Oh shit. Yo, they're coming. Oh god, oh my god. Sucky. Okay, one more. Oh my god, oh. Oh shit! Yo, there's two big ones. Ooh, two big boys. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that was close. Oh, that was so close. Oh god. Are we done? Aww. Okay, that should be enough, right? We should be done with this. We just need one more mini mission and then we are done, I think. Yeah, you're welcome, bruh. How in the world did she manage to defeat you too? Wait, what? Not machine gun? Oh yeah, it's from the first game, right?
気をつかれたわ
It is from the first game.
でも
Yeah.
これ以上天使様たちに迷惑をかけるつもりはありません武器は私たちで取り返してみせます行くわよマヤ早いさそれじゃあ先輩またね
Did he? No, Substi. You did just say that. You did not just say that, bro. What is wrong with you, Substi? What do you mean, Didi Rubik's? Shut up. I'm gonna sue you for defamation, okay? You're defaming me.
何話そう
I'm losing my reputation, guys. You can't just say that, huh?
実はいかがいたします
I'm not feeling so well. Okay.
それでは参りましょう
Jigo is necessary for the plot. I mean, to be honest, right? I'm playing this game for the plot right now, alright? Like, I wanna know what happens next.
ノルマを達成しています
I wanna know.
さらに上を目指して頑張りましょ
I'm curious, alright?
うます
I'm actually playing for the plot right now, okay? I'm not playing for the girls. I'm playing for the plot right now, like legit. For real, for real. Wait, why is she moaning? What is she moaning for? Isn't she an angel?
すみませんどうやら連日の悪魔退治で知らない
This is not
うちに
Nikki.
悪魔の力
I
ダーク
mean,
パワーが体に溜まってい
but
たみたい
I'm
です
actually curious about the story. That's the
体
thing.
調管理できないなんて
I'm legit playing this game for the story
私
now.
ってやっぱりダメ天使ですね
She does for plot. Alright.
なら私の体を調べてください隅々まで今の
No,
マスターの
for
元
real, imposter. For real.
愛の力であれば
I have a feeling that you guys in chat,
できると思い
you guys
ま
are
す
installing this game right now.
人に見せるのは嫌ですけど
I'm sure most of you guys in
マス
chat,
ターになら
you are buying the game right now.
全部
Confirm.
さらけ出せます
Confirm.
から
I'm 100% sure. You bought the game because of me. Wait, what is this? What the frick is this? Okay, now I'm interested.
お願いします
Alright. Oh wait, isn't this from the first game? They had the same thing in the first game as well. Oh. I remember doing this in the first game.
そこですそこなんでしょうか
Oh shit.
そこです
So I guess we just shoot her for
これ以上は辛抱
get demons
で
out.
きます
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, we can turn. Oh, I just realized.
体勢ならなんとか体勢変えますね
What the heck, bro? What the heck, bro?
体勢ならなんとか
What is this? Oh my goodness. This here?
この体勢ならなんとか
Wait, we're not getting any demons out. Shit. We're failing, guys. We're failing.
体勢変えます
Oh no. Where are the freaking demons?
なんでしょう他の体勢なら
I'm not getting them.
そこですこれ以上は辛抱できないですいいですそこ
Oh. I see, I see.
なんでしょうか
Oh, I got it now, I got it now. So we hit where the purple circles are. I see.
体勢
Oh, so it's on the hand, I think. It's here. Oh, shoulder, shoulder, shoulder.
他の体勢ならなんとか
Yeah. Oh, we got it, we got it, we got it. Oh shit, that's a lot. That's a freaking lot. My goodness.
体勢
Yeah, you can move around. Yeah, I just figured out.
これ以上は辛抱できないです。
It is on the hand, I think. But seriously though, what is this? Oh my god, that's a lot. Holy shit. What is coming out? What the frick? What is she saying? That's so sus. That's freaking sus. You say it's coming out. What the frick?
変えますね。
Sassy Baka game.
そこです。
Yeah, I think it's here. Yeah, I think that's it, right? Is it all?
これ以上は辛抱できないです。愛のオーラが満ち満ちています。
We're only 18,000. What? That's so little. That's so little points.
ナイスデトックスです。
Detox? What is it? That was a detox section. What? Oh, detox?
マスター、私たちいいコンビですね。 今日は大変でしたね。
Yeah, we need to see the Risu ending. You can skip the final date from the pause menu, you know. Ooh. Okay. Should I do it though? I don't know, guys. What should I do here? Monkey, what do I do? Should I just skip to the ending? What do you think? Because I don't think there's anything I can do right now, right? There's nothing else I can do.
結構好きです。
I guess I'll just watch the ending then. Then we'll end the stream. Because I don't think there's anything else you can do in the game right now. Apart from the side missions. Right? We're pretty much done with the main missions. I
明
think.
日もいっぱい頑張るです。
Oh wait, there's a present. Oh. I think you have to restart for other endings anyway, so skip the resource for now. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. You're right. I have to restart and play the game for 5 hours again. That's for the other endings, I think. Yeah. Alright. Okay. So, I skip to the ending then. 3, 2, 1, go! Alright. Let's watch the ending. Let's go. Let's see.
この日がやってきてしまいましたね。
Wait, what?
マスターのおかげでクビにならずに済みそうです。こんな見ず知らずの仕掛け天使の仕事を手伝ってくださって感謝してもしきれません。
Aww.
マスター、私
Oh, it's the, oh, I see.
帰りません。ですのでマスター、これからも私
Wait,
専属の
what?
パートナーになってくださいませんか。
Wait, what is this? What is this? What is
マ
this?
スター、
My pleasure, Rizu. Pleasure me, Rizu. What a freak.
何か言ってくれないんですか。
Of course we pick this, guys. Of course we pick this. Of course.
すみません。私変な聞き間違いしちゃいま
No,
した。
no, you
マスターは
dumbass.
承諾してくださったんですよね。
No,
よかったです。
no, you shut up. You shut the ass up. No, I said pleasure me.
今
No,
回
you-
の報告のためひとまず
What the
現場に戻りますね。ちょっと名残惜しいな。
God dang it.
そうです。
What a dumb angel.
お別れの前に
Dumb.
マスタ
Yeah, she never
ー、
listens,
目を
right?
閉じて
It's so
もらっていい
annoying.
ですか。お願い
It's so
し
annoying
ま
that
す。
she doesn't listen. God damn it.
大好きです
Wait, is that it?
マスタ
Is that all?
ーそれじゃあちょっと展開に行ってきますね
That's why you don't speak those topics with minors. Okay.
きっとまたお会いしましょ
No, but she's not minor though, she's an angel.
うリースは一生あなたの
She's an angel. That's the thing. She's like 1,000 years old, bro. Nice. Alright. I guess you're done. For now. It's a normal ending. I guess. I mean, to be honest, I think I prefer the first game, right? That's what I think. I prefer the first game. Yeah, there's no battle. No, because the first game has a final battle, right? There's a final battle for the first game. But I don't know why this doesn't have one. Like, okay, maybe the other endings. Maybe the other endings have one, but maybe not this one. Maybe the Risu ending doesn't have a battle, final battle. Maybe the other ones have. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Maybe that's my guess. That's my suspicion. Yeah. But I guess the Risu ending doesn't have a battle. Right? Maybe the Doki Doki mode that we did just now was the battle. Maybe, I don't know. Like, we have to try the other endings to know. To find out. Yeah. But I think overall, this game, I'll give it like a 7 out of 10. I'll give the first game an 8 out of 10. Right. Like, I mean, I'm not saying the game is bad, but it's like, it's fine as a otome game. It's fine. I think the weak part for this game is the plot, right? The plot feels kind of forced for me. I think I prefer the first game's plot. The story in the first game is much better than this one. From what I've played. Yeah. First game is much better in terms of story. Because in the first game, right, it's the angel that accidentally made everyone like you. Right? She accidentally like caused an accident and like she fucked up. And then it's like and then it continues from there. But this one you're just helping the angel to like meet a quota, like KPI. That's it. That's the entire game. It's like, yeah, both first games are like that. True, yeah. But I mean, so far it does what it does well. I mean, the target audience for this game is for like incels and like otakus. So I guess the game does well in that aspect. For its target audience. I mean, personally, I'm not the target audience for this game. But I'm just saying that it does its job well as a otome game. It's decent. Yeah. Next year I can play Returns. maybe we'll do that next year.